Yeah, okay. Well, it's a bit too early. Okay, I think you're all ready. So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our awards and fellowship ceremony today. This is our first face-to-face ceremony in 2 years in this auditorium, and I'm very pleased to welcome you all. I'm Victoria Giorgio Brown, a Joint Honorary Secretary of the College. I will start with a few housekeeping rules. Please switch off your mobile phones for the duration of the meeting. Take a moment to familiarize yourself with the closest exit. And should the fire alarm sound, please remain calm, and staff will be available to help you and show you the nearest exit. Please wear a face mask if you wish, and you can remove this when you come up the stage for the photographs. The college mace is being carried by Dr. David Shackles, Chair of Scottish Council. The mace is a gift from RCGP Scotland. The college officers will take part in the procession, and whenever the mace is in procession, I would be grateful if you could all stand. So please, let's stand for the mace procession now, and I will then hand over to the President, Professor Amanda Howe, who will chair the meeting.
Please, colleagues, have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Amanda Howe. I'm the current president of the Royal College, and I'm really delighted to be welcoming you here today to our first National Award Ceremony in Euston Square for quite a significant period. We are live streaming the award ceremonies for those who can join us at home and want to see it happen later, which is great, but it will be available on YouTube. We know that some of you have waited a long time for this event, maybe up to as much as 2 years, and we're very happy that those who can join us today finally get the recognition and the award they deserve. You've got details of all the award winners and fellows in your booklet that you've been given out, including the details of those who aren't able to join us today. We apologise for slightly overrunning on our business meeting, but better late than never, here we are. And after this ceremony, you will have the opportunity and the pleasure to hear the James Mackenzie Lecture delivered by Professor Maureen Baker, which we will do after a short tea break at around 4 o'clock. And I will then move to the first item with the presentations of honorary fellowships. The honorary fellowship is awarded for outstanding work that contributes to the objectives of the college, usually by colleagues from other disciplines, and you will be introduced to them very shortly. Could each of the honorary fellows, as they come up, please bring their scroll to the stage for the photos, which we'll take up here together. You've mostly already had your original certificates. And as you'll see, colleagues, the way it works is people will read a citation, the award winner will come onto the stage, I'll say hello and congratulate you, and we'll have a photo, and then you go off the other way. And while we're walking and photoing, please clap. So we'll start with, could I ask my colleague Dr. David Shackles to come to the lectern to read the citation for Colin Angus. Thank you.
Amanda, thank you very much. I am delighted to read the citation for my colleague, Colin Angus. Colin was chair of the RCGP Scotland Patient Partnership in Practice, our P3 group, from 2015 until 2019. He has a lifelong passion for ensuring that the patient voice, especially the marginalised patient voice, is represented at the highest level. Colin spent many years working within the Carstairs State Hospital, initially as lay chair on their NHS complaints procedure, and then as the Complaints, Claims and Quality Officer. Here he established a patient partnership group, successfully then passed the chairship of this group to one of the patients it was representing. Along the way, he developed high-quality processes for feedback, which were included in the Patient Rights Scotland Act 2011. In addition to this, he's also volunteered on local community councils, been vice-chair on Leave and Seat Trust, acted as a public partner with NHS Lanarkshire, and is a member of the Lanarkshire Integrated Joint Board. Colin has been an outstanding advocate for general practice and primary care in his work with P3. He has tirelessly represented the work of the college, and in particular the Put Patients First, Back General Practice campaign, with his characteristic humility, frankness, and always with his humour. He captured the attention of health boards of Scottish Government and of the national media, presenting the unique patient perspective in a way that resonates with policymakers. He was instrumental in persuading policymakers of the need to ensure that patient engagement was crucial to success of the new GP contract in Scotland, and the effect of that is still being felt. We still work very closely with our patients group, and that is a real legacy that Colin has left us. His commitment to the role has been tireless, both providing support for our RCGP Scotland team and in providing representation around the country and contributing to many advisory and steering groups. He's been a great ambassador, champion and advocate for patients in the college, and he is a most worthy recipient of this college award.
Thank you and congratulations. I would now like Professor Helen Stokes-Lampard to come to the lectern to read the citation for Dr. Asha Kasiliwal. Thank you, Helen.
Oh, it's great to be back. President, colleagues and friends, it is my great pleasure and honour to present the citation for Dr. Asha Kasiliwal, who is a great friend to RCGP. Now, Asha has been the president of the Faculty of Sexual and Reproductive Healthcare since 2016, and she's built a strong reputation for her highly collaborative approach to everything. She's worked very closely with RCGP and the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynaecologists to pressurise the government to make substantial improvements in the commissioning of sexual and reproductive health services in England, and she is a great ambassador for her profession. Now, sexual and reproductive health services are sometimes seen as a Cinderella speciality, but Asha's dignified, well-informed determination means that she's moved the discipline forward and hugely increased both profile and impact. She's greatly respected by the Chief Medical Officer and colleagues throughout the Department of Health and Social Care and throughout NHS England and beyond. Now, when I was RCGP Chair, Asha was a superb colleague and friend, and she made sure that her faculty actively promoted and endorsed the Royal College's report on Time to Act, which focused on the commissioning of sexual and reproductive healthcare services. She then led FSRH to build on it by collaboratively working with the RCOG to drive forward the contraception commissioning agenda. She and her team were hugely supportive of our work on the consultation on the decriminalisation of abortion, and they offered generous help, guidance and support to our policy team. Look, you can read the rest of the information in the booklet. I'm not going to continue with that, but it is an RCGP tradition to try and share a little more of the person behind the citation. So let me tell you, Asha came to the UK in 1995 to work in obstetrics and gynecology originally, and by 1998 her passion for doing the right thing was already shining through. She tells me she recently found a letter addressed to her from Frank Dobson, then Secretary of State for Health, thanking her for raising with him the challenges facing obs and gynae trainees at that time. She's remained determined to fight for the right thing ever since. She's also very humble and self-deprecating, and she tells a wonderful tale of how once she got lost at Machu Picchu. Her family had stepped off the Inca Trail together for the wonderful moment of her son, here today, proposing to his girlfriend. Congratulations. However, in her joy, she was distracted and suddenly found that she'd wandered away from everywhere else, and they'd all gone. She was all alone and night was drawing in. But she didn't panic. In her calm, dignified way, she just sat down and contemplated her life and how great it had been. And then eventually, a long time later, the searchlights appeared and she was rescued, and she's here to tell the tale. But it's that kind of self-deprecating storytelling which marks out Asha as just the loveliest person to work with. She's unstintingly dedicated, compassionate and kind. She took on huge additional responsibilities without murmur during the very difficult terminal illness of her chief executive at her faculty. And I know it took its toll on her, and members of that faculty will never know just how much she carried them. So, colleagues, Asha has clearly furthered the aims of general practice, primary care more widely, and our college. She's an active president of a sister college who's been exceptionally collaborative and hugely supportive. And so, President, I am truly delighted to present Dr. Asha Casliwell as a most worthy recipient of Honorary Fellowship of the Royal College of General Practitioners. Thank you.
Helen, would you like to return to the lectern to present Dame Leslie Reagan, please? Madam.
Well, I thought I was going to get a gap between the two of these. Give me one moment. And I've grabbed another scroll as well. We're quite relaxed at RCGP. Right. President and colleagues, it is my great pleasure and honour for a second time to present a citation. This time it is for the wonderful Professor Dame Leslie Reagan. Now, you may notice this theme: two brilliant leaders in the world of women's health. Leslie is the head of obstetrics and gynecology at the St Mary's campus of Imperial College in London. She's the 30th president of her college, but actually only the second woman to hold the post. Now, Leslie has always been the most collaborative and engaging of professional leaders, in particular supporting our college work on the development of educational resources to improve women's health and our consultation on the decriminalisation of abortion. As many of you know, she is the most passionate advocate for women's health, And after a very impressive, highly targeted campaign, she persuaded the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care to establish a national women's health task force. She's highly regarded on the international stage, and she is courageous and fearless in her work. As Secretary-General of the International Federation of Gynecology and Obstetrics, she's committed to reducing gender inequalities around the world. But after a couple of successes working in the media on gynecological topics, in 2007, Leslie was commissioned to present a series of documentaries, TV documentaries. Now, in fact, she did it to fundraise for her medical research laboratories. Now, the programmes are worth looking up, also available on YouTube. Now, my particular favourite, Professor Reagan's Beauty Parlour. Now, where she explored the evidence, or mostly the lack of it, behind the multi-billion-dollar cosmetics industry. It was a massive hit, and I certainly still remember it. And the morning after that programme first aired, Boots the Chemist had a run on their actually quite evidence-based and reasonably priced No. 7 products. It's a legacy that still lasts. But in addition to the sort of big, impressive international and global stuff, there's another side to Leslie. Now, clearly I bonded with her over our shared love of shoes and handbags, but there's a depth and sincerity to her that you may not appreciate at first. Everyone who knows Leslie quickly realises that her twin daughters are her pride and joy. Having spent most of her professional life dealing with high-risk pregnancy, she says that having her twins born prematurely was life-changing. She speaks powerfully of the vulnerability of them being in the special care baby unit for the first month of their life, but she's refreshingly honest that the experience made her a much better doctor. And she still insists that her junior doctors go to the neonatal baby unit at the end of ward rounds. The end of the obstetric journey is not just ensuring that mum is safe and well. As the pandemic kicked off, Leslie rolled up her sleeves and got stuck in. And one role she took upon herself was to walk around the wards of her hospital, checking in regularly on the teams there, supporting time for those feeling vulnerable and scared. And she became a visible, tangible and reliable presence, and they loved her for it. And she still continues to provide that encouragement and support throughout the organisation. Leslie was appointed Dame Commander of the Order of the British Empire for services to women's healthcare, and I believe that is a fitting tribute for a life of dedication and service. So, President, I am truly honoured to present Professor Dame Leslie Reagan as a most worthy recipient of Honorary Fellowship of the Royal College of General Practitioners. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you, Helen. Noting to other colleagues who aren't able to join us to receive their honorary fellowships today, Professor Carl May and Dr. Richard Mumford, both fantastic achievements that are noted in your booklet. I would now like to invite Dr. Gary Howson to come to the lecture to read the citation for our colleague Jane Randall-Smith. Please, Gary.
Good afternoon and thank you. I'm Gary Howson, Vice Chair for External Affairs here at the College, and I've been told that there may be an issue with the microphone, so to stand closer or further away, which I thought was helpful advice. I'm going to try standing closer and see if that's any better, and if not, I'll take it and move back. Jane Randall-Smith was nominated for Honorary Fellowship of the Royal College of General Practitioners in recognition of the work and devotion she has displayed in helping advance the College and rural general practice at both the UK and an international level. Jane has been an active member of the RCGP Rural Forum Steering Group since its inception. Recent activity in this respect includes organising a successful conference in Shrewsbury, attended by, amongst others, Professor Maya Lakhani, past President of the RCGP, and Mike Holmes, former Vice Chair. Jane has also represented the RCGP twice at the Houses of Parliament, at the launch event of the National Centre for Rural Health and Social Care, and at the Parliamentary Inquiry into Rural Health and Social Care. Jane regularly attends and contributes to the RCGP Rural Steering Group meetings as both lay rep. She was until recently Chief Officer of Health for Shropshire and representing EUREPA, the European Rural and Isolated Practitioners Association. Jane was involved with the establishment of the Institute of Rural Health and held the roles of the Institute Manager and the Chief Executive. She was involved in the delivery of education, research and policy programmes, working with primary care clinicians, universities and policymakers. As Chief Officer of Health for Shropshire, she was involved in the setting up of the organisation and influenced change in the delivery of health and services, vitally ensuring that public and patient views were taken into account. As Secretary of EUREPA, Jane is heavily involved in sharing rural primary care experiences across Europe and organises successful international conferences every year. Jane's writing has had a national and European impact. She has written a number of academic articles around rural primary care over the years. Jane has demonstrably furthered the aims of general practice and primary care, as I've outlined, and in particular has promoted the college at both national and international level. Therefore, I take great pleasure in presenting the citation. Thank you, President.
Thank you. Next, I would like also to note a colleague who sadly can't be with us today, but I know is extremely delighted to have received honorary fellowship. This is Professor Nandani De Silva, not the last moment we will celebrate Sri Lanka this afternoon, but Nandani and I worked closely together in the World Organization of Family Doctors Women's Working Party, as well as recognising the enormous contribution she's made to family medicine in the South Asia continues. So congratulations to her. And then I would like to invite Professor Dame Claire Geralda to come and read the citation for Dr. Iqbal Singh.
Thank you. Rare amongst today's doctors, certainly those of the stature, achievements and seniority of Professor Singh, is that his career has almost entirely been patient-focused. For over 3 decades, he's been a consultant in medicine for the elderly in East Lancashire. And during this time, he's created a centre of excellence involving patients, their families, and general practitioners along the way. His model of care, having consultant based in primary care, working closely with GPs, was way ahead of its time. But Iqbal is more than a clinician. He's a national leader. Through his tireless work on the national and international stages, he's transforming how health and social care professionals are educated, regulated, and care for older patients, and how we embed a culture of compassion, safety, and dignity within our organisations. This has been as the founder of the chair for the Centre of Excellence in Safety for Older People, as the chair of the Expert Reference Group on Patient Safety at the Healthcare Commission, and as a member and now chair designate of the European Special Interest Group in Safety for Older People. His work is making a major contribution to improving the quality and safety of care across the whole care pathway. Iqbal, I can honestly say, has perhaps done more for the care of older patients than any other clinician in the UK. He is also a pioneer in ethnic health and diversity. In his dignified way, he's worked to embed equality and inclusion within the NHS. He was a formidable council member of the GMC and led its Black and Minority Ethnic Forum, helping to expand its reach and influence to represent the views of multiple stakeholders. In 2019, we were both on the General Medical Council's independent review of gross medical manslaughter, and he brought wisdom and common sense to the committee and helped shape the final product into something which will have a long-lasting impact for the medical profession. In more recent years, Professor Singh has established a Centre for Remediation, helping develop and deliver support for remediation for the whole of the medical profession, and providing educational supervision and pastoral care. Iqbal is a man of great humility, wisdom and kindness, and I am so proud to call him a friend. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next presentation is the Foundation Council Medal, which is given for recognition of especially meritorious work in connection with the college. And this was awarded to Professor Roger Jones in 2020. I would like to invite our Chair of Council, Professor Martin Marshall, to read the citation for Roger. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you very much indeed, President. Like Gary, I was also told the microphone isn't working very well, but rather than speaking closer to or further away, I was told to speak more slowly. So we're very experimental within the college, which is a good thing, I think. It's a massive privilege to present a citation for Professor Roger Jones for the Foundation Council Medal. Roger and I go back a long way. It was nearly 30 years ago when he highly unwisely agreed to take me on as a doctoral student. And over the next 3 years of my fellowship, he taught me everything I know. Enough said, Roger. Roger had a stuttering start to his medical career when he thought he wanted to be a physician, but he soon saw the light and trained as a general practitioner in Hampshire, before taking up a post as a senior lecturer in the Department of Primary Care at the University of Southampton in 1984. He was appointed the Foundation Chair of Primary Care at the University of Newcastle upon Tyne from 1991 to 1993, but he missed the bright lights of London as opposed to the very bright lights of Newcastle, and so he returned as the Wolfson Professor of General Practice at Guy's and St Thomas's Medical School, later King's College London, where he led a highly successful department until his retirement from academia in 2010. Throughout his career, he's published over 200 original papers and edited and contributed to numerous textbooks. He's a founding president of the Primary Care Society for Gastroenterology in the UK and of the European Society for Primary Care Gastroenterology. He edited the Oxford University Press journal Family Practice from 1990 to 2004 and was editor-in-chief of the prize-winning Oxford textbook of primary medical care. During his tenure as editor of the BJGP between 2010 and 2020, he created the most successful academic journal of general practice in the world. He was appointed OBE in the 2021 Queen's New Year's Honours List for services to general practice. Roger's not only one of the most talented researchers and teachers of his generation, he's also one of the wisest and kindest people and one of the most committed clinical academics that I've ever met to nurturing the next generation. He's a scientist, of course, but he's also a lover of the arts and humanities. And as all of us know who avidly read his editorials and commentaries in the BJGP, he's a wordsmith extraordinaire. He's one of those medical polymaths who I fear we see less frequently nowadays. A person who you want to be in a clinic or a seminar with, but also in a pub or even stuck in a lift. And if you're caught in a pub or a lift, you'll come out a better person because Roger's enthusiasms are infectious in so many ways. President, Professor Roger Jones is the most worthy recipient of the Council's Foundation Medal.
Now we come to the presentation of the International President's Medal, which is given for meritorious commitment and service to the development of international programs, development of general practice, or family medicine as we often call it, in a particular country. And I am delighted that our candidate is here in person with his family to receive the award after a very complicated journey. Can I ask Professor Valerie Was to come to the stage to read the citation? Thank you, Val.
So thank you very much indeed. I'm just going to go on and not cope with the technicalities of the microphone. So this is an award given only very occasionally for international work, and I'm just so delighted to be here, and I know Amanda is too, to be presenting this to Dr. Priti Widji-Goody-Wardener. So, Priti, you made it. It's hard to explain, but for days we've been agitating, postponing his flights because his visa has been in a pile in New Delhi, a mountain of visa applications from people wanting to travel again, and sadly from Afghanistanis wanting to migrate through India. It was the last plane out, wasn't it? The last plane he could have made to make it here. So well done. And we're so delighted to welcome Sue, his wife, Venya, his daughter, and sadly Indy, his GP son in Australia, can't be with us. I also think it's really important for us that we're awarding this medal at this point of time, when as we emerge from the pandemic, we're facing ever-widening healthcare inequities across the globe rather than reducing them. And it's an important time, I think, for us all to reflect on how important and crucial this college's work has been over the years in developing primary care in lower middle income countries. And Priti has been one of the unsung heroes of that work, presenting us for the RCGP for over 20 years now. So briefly, just to give a tiny bit of background, back in 2003, I and Garth Manning went out to South Asia to meet the leads in GP in Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, Nepal, and in those days, Afghanistan. Family medicine wasn't recognized. You could leave medical school and become a GP. Hard for us to imagine that this was the case then. And we were working to see if we developed an accreditation and if the college could recognize family medicine needed training, then hopefully we could drive learning. And 18 years later, you run a marvelous secretariat in Karachi and are delivering accreditation across South Asia, but also to many migrant doctors in the Middle East. This is driving training and slowly recognition. Sri Lanka now recognizes family medicine, and this year, Amanda, we whooped with delight because Pakistan now do too, but there's still much to be achieved. So, Priti, I could talk about you all day, but it's got to be brief, and I want to make 3 points about your local work, your national work, and your international work. Your patients wouldn't forgive me if I didn't say what a wonderful GP Priti is. He's been in a practice for 36 years, looking after generations of GPs, teaching medical students, training young doctors, a huge role model for what family medicine is about and what our college values are about. I never phone him in Sri Lanka before 10 o'clock in the evening, do I, Sue? Because he won't be home. So, Priti, your patients would thank you, and you've really represented as a college. But it's not just your community, is it? If we think of Sri Lanka, you've seen through 3 major disasters in my time: the tsunami, the civil war, and then recently those dreadful terrorist attacks. I know Ranjan will be getting his fellowship later. He was a GP in Negombo, where in one crash, whole families sitting in a church pew were wiped out. And you can imagine what that means as a GP to your community. So it's not surprising that nationally you've been so well awarded as being president of your college for years, but also amazingly and rarely, the physicians and surgeons made you president of the Medical Association in Sri Lanka, unheard of. And then moving to be president, regional president for the World Organization of Family Medicine Doctors, WONCA, representing 1/4 of the millions of the world's population, 1/4 of it. moving primary care forward in that for 6 years. So it's been amazing what you've achieved for us. Amanda, you wouldn't forgive me if I didn't mention your wonderful wife, Sue, who, with your warmth and hospitality, always by Pretty's side, and a great ambassador for primary care. You've welcomed so many of us from the RCGP through your home. I long to be able to come again and climb that ladder and look at your bonsai trees. But we thank you enormously for all you've done to support us. So I think you can see, President, it's not only with pleasure, it was great emotion that I present Pretty for this most prestigious award. Thank you.
Amanda.
Thank you very much, and well done again, and welcome. So we also award a President's Medal, and is in 2020, well, as you will see from the booklet, was given both to colleague Dr. Christine Johnson and to Dr. Malcolm Lewis, both of whom have made the most amazing contributions to trustee work, training work, and their details are in the booklet. Congratulations to them. And also then to note the awardee of the John Fry Award, Dr. Gail Hayward, who again can't join us together, but well done to Gail for all her achievements. So we now come to the Fraser Rose Medal and the Royal Australian College's Trainee Book Prize. So the Fraser Rose Medal is for the demonstration of outstanding performance to the panel of examiners in our MRCGP, and this was won by Dr. Alexander Clark, who also gets a prize from our sister college in the Royal Australian College of GPs. I would like to invite our Chief Examiner, Dr. Richard Withnell, to come to the stage to read the citation. Right. Rich, welcome.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. It's with great pride and pleasure that I introduce to you Dr. Alex Clark for the Fraser Rose Medal and for the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners Trainee Book Prize. Dr. Alex Clark grew up in a busy household in Hereford as the second of 7 siblings. Life was hectic, but he found peace, satisfaction and opportunity in sport and in study. He graduated in biochemistry from the University of Southampton with first-class honours, whilst also competing regularly at national rowing regattas. Prior to attaining a place at medical school, Alex worked for 2 years in healthcare and education. He then studied medicine on the graduate entry programme at Swansea and Cardiff universities, graduating in 2012 with honours from the University of Wales. During this time, he was awarded the 2011 Cardiff University Undergraduate Scholarship Prize for the highest academic achievement that year. Alex completed his foundation training in Swansea, which is where, as resident F1 at Morriston Hospital, he met his now wife Hazel, who is a fellow house officer. And it's wonderful also, Hazel, to be able to welcome you to the college this afternoon. Alex then spent 2 years working in Australia and New Zealand, where he was able to experience a variety of roles, including an eye-opening stint in rural, remote and Indigenous psychiatry in North Queensland, and in a busy city urgent care centre in Auckland. He then decided to return to the UK for GP training and was accepted onto the scheme in Bath. During this time, he was given the opportunity to extend his GP training and facilitated additional training in dermatology, and he now still works in a variety of roles, including as a salaried GP in Frome, as a GP with a special interest in dermatology in the Bath Community Dermatology Clinic, and he also continues to work at the Royal United Hospital in Bath. Education has been an important aspect of Alex's work. After serving as an education coordinator for Bath General Practice Education and Research Trust, he took over this year as their programme director, coordinating CPD events for primary care clinicians in the region. Outside of medicine, Alex enjoys long-distance running, supporting Bath Rugby and spending time with Hazel and their young son, as well as escaping to the Gower Peninsula whenever time allows. Alex is extremely grateful for the support that he's been given throughout his training by his family, by his friends, by his educational supervisor and the whole team in Bath. He feels privileged to be embarking upon a career in general practice and the opportunities this has given, and he looks forward to being part of our primary care community as we move forwards together. So, President, it is with real delight that I'm happy to introduce to you Dr. Alex Clark as a very worthy winner of these two awards. Alex, well done.
Thank you, Rich. Our next presentation is of the Paul Freeling Award for 2020, and it gives me a particular pleasure to note that this is being awarded to my colleague and friend, Dr. Joe Buchanan. Please, Steve, could you come to the stage and give us the citation? Thank you.
Thank you, President. And I'll do my best with the microphone, as it's me that's been telling everyone else what to do. President, I am delighted to present Dr. Joe Buchanan for the Paul Freeling Award, which is awarded for innovative or meritorious work in the field of specialty training for general practice. Dr. Joe Buchanan is highly regarded throughout the primary care community in Sheffield and South Yorkshire Deanery. Over many years, Joe has provided outstanding leadership for postgraduate specialty training in general practitioners in South Yorkshire and also on the local faculty as a board member. Joe has held a variety of postgraduate roles from course organiser to deputy director. She has been key to the development of recruitment selection centres, career services, returner and retainer schemes. As I'm the officer lead for international in the college, I'm particularly grateful for her international work. And on that front, Joe was elected to EURACT, which is the European Academy of Teachers in General Practice, as the UK representative in 2013. Joe has been a very active member from the start, and she soon became the chair of the Specialty Training Committee. Later, she contributed to the CPD and Appraisal Task Group, and in 2015, she took over as president of EURACT following the sudden death of Professor Kirschnick. She has performed this role with distinction, travelled across Europe promoting the course of general practice, giving help where it's needed most, and assisting groups to redefine the nature of general practice in a changing world. Jo is a doctor with great energy, who is still active in appraisal, adult safeguarding and complementary medicine. She has great personal integrity and a passion for teaching and modelling general practice. Jo is particularly noted for being a trusted and reliable person, which is her strengths as a leader. President, I'm delighted to present Jo for the Paul Freeling Award.
Great. So our next award is for the RCGP Certificate of Commendation, which is presented for outstanding contributions to the discipline of general practice and primary care. Our award winner this afternoon is Kevin Barrett. I would like to invite Jonathan Leach to come and give the citation for Kevin. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Amanda. And isn't this brilliant? You know, just listening to those, just amazing. So, Dr. Kevin Barrett. Dr. Kevin Barrett is a general practitioner from Rickmansworth in Hertfordshire. Since 2017, he's been the RCGP Crohn's and ulcerative colitis champion. He has been instrumental in significantly improving the knowledge and understanding of inflammatory bowel disorders within general practice, and for this work, he's been given this commendation. Kevin has been driven very much by his personal experience of having been diagnosed with Crohn's disease in 2005. He's used this perspective to great effect and has been instrumental in the development of the RCGP Inflammatory Bowel Toolkit and e-learning. He has also been very generous with his time supporting patients and their families with inflammatory bowel disorders. For example, he came to my patch in Bromsgrove to assist with raising charitable money for the passing of one of our patients, who was a 28-year-old lady who died from metastatic bowel cancer secondary to long-standing ulcerative colitis. His professionalism, compassion and communication skills during this period were remarkable. In addition, as a clinical leader of the charity Crohn's and Colitis UK, Kevin has improved the overall knowledge and co-working between general practice and patients with inflammatory bowel disorders, which is just so important. Overall, Kevin is a worthy recipient of the RCGP commendation, and I am delighted.
So now we come to our awards for another very important part of our community, our staff. So the Michael Drury Award, which is given to staff member working in the college HQ who's given exceptional service, was awarded in 2020 to Claire Bartram, and she will be joining us hopefully at the spring general meeting to take her award, so next year. So today we will present the presentation of the John Horder Award, which recognises the tremendous contributions of our staff, and this is being presented to Antoinette Hoyt. The name of the award, John Horder, is an exceptional past president. Maybe we all think we're exceptional, but John really was. And I would like to ask Victoria and Valerie, our COO, to come and join us on the stage for the presentation. Thank you, Victoria and Valerie.
Antoinette Hoyt. Well, where do I start? The positivity, enthusiasm, the zest and brio. Most importantly, the passion for inclusivity and the embracing of diversity. For over 11 years now, Antoinette has been supporting trainees and nurturing future and existing leaders. She's probably one of the most popular faces of the college. Our members know her and value her enormously. For Antoinette, nothing is too difficult. If it matters, she will make sure it is done. Her enthusiasm is contagious, and she inspires those around her. She works hard, she brings fun, and makes a difference. I have worked with Antoinette on many projects through the years, organizing the conference Socials, faculty engagement events and awards, and more recently, working with our members to promote equality, diversity, and inclusion. As a college and as a society, we have a long way to go. But with people like Antoinette at the helm, I'm hopeful we will reach there, and the journey will be enriching and uplifting. Antoinette, I think I'm speaking on behalf of many members when I say this. Thank you so much for all you do for us.
Thank you. I'm just going to say a few things that have been stated to me, and I've been asked to say this on behalf of the college, of your colleagues, to Antoinette. She's a valued colleague, and she's been with the college for over 14 years. She's a driving force and focuses on members. Members are put at the heart of everything she does. She's now leading our member engagement and communities team, and she's an integral part of the college's focus on ensuring that we really understand what our members value and what we can do as an organisation to meet those requests and requirements. She clearly embodies our college values, which is compassion, inclusivity, sustainability, accountability, and something that I have seen huge amount of is her integrity, and I really want to say that to you today. This award is a fantastic recognition for anyone who gets it, and she really, really deserves it. And I've worked personally with Antoinette on lots of projects, some minor, some major. But what I've worked with recently with her on is developing the RCGP Black, Asian and Minority Ethnic Plan, which underpins our strategic plan. She worked tirelessly, professionally, throughout the whole of the time when we, as a college, had to address key factors that came out of the woodworks unknown to us because of the pandemic. And she worked collaboratively with GP colleagues and members to produce a high-quality and relevant racial justice and equality plan. She deserves this award, and I'm really pleased that I'm a part of this presentation. Thank you, Antoinette.
I'm just going to echo all that because I've really enjoyed being with you too. So. Excellent. So well done to all of you in the award ceremony so far and everybody who supports you, and thank you to our citation givers. I'm now going to move to the presentations of our fellows who've waited long enough, I think. Fellowship is a real honour in our college. It awards, esteem and notes your achievements as GPs. And it requires you to be nominated and recommended and supported by your peers. So it's a mark of achievement in a GP's career, which we hope every member will aspire to. And we've gone through quite a lot of developments in the last 2 years to try and really make fellowship accessible for everybody who deserves it. At the same time, you don't get it unless you do deserve it. So well done to all of you. And I know that every new fellow today has made a significant contribution to patient care, to the college, the discipline of general practice. It's always something over and above what you needed to do the day job. And that means they've brought added value to their career and our community and our membership. So it's a long story, the ways you can get fellowship. Again, you can see that on the website. For some people, it's taking up a particular special interest and championing a particular area. For others, it's offering outstanding service, which is what the patients need day to day. And I've read so many applications during my 2 years as president, and I'm just amazed by your achievements. So we look forward to hearing more about that in the citations. But it's also really important to recognise, as I know all of you will be thinking, the people who stand with you, the people who make your work possible. And I think whenever I talk to a GP and they get an award, they'll say, oh, it wasn't just me, the team did this, or my mum and dad helped me, or the patients were really good about that. And we recognise that too, but we're still here to recognise your achievements. So I would like to again call on Victoria to come to the lectern to read the citations for the new fellows, and staff, colleagues will help you to get up to the stage, and colleagues can follow this in the booklet. And Victoria, thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. So a little bit about the choreography of the Fellowship Awards. We are doing things slightly different because fellows have been given their scroll already. So please bring this with you if you have it. And then when you're given a cue, come on the stage, have a quick photo, and then come down from the opposite side. So let's start. Our first fellow, Monica Aquilina. Dr. Monica Aquilina worked as a GP partner in South London for 30 years and established the practice as a training practice. She has been instrumental in launching and chairing the RCGP Later Career and Retired Members Group, and she uses her teaching skills as a volunteer tutor to refugee doctors. Dr. Sanjana Banker. Dr. Banker is a GP working in Basildon, Essex. She's a GP trainer and training programs director for Basildon GP Specialty Training Scheme, as well as for differential attainment. She has a keen interest in supporting international medical graduates in communication skills and differential attainment. Dr. Raj Bethaputi. Dr. Bethaputi is a GP partner, trainer, appraiser, Macmillan GP, and a faculty board member for RCGP Northeast. He serves as an elected executive GP and Chief Clinical Information Officer for Sunderland CCG, leading on cancer, cardiovascular disease, and digital innovation. Dr. Bethaputi is passionate about ensuring sustainability in general practice. John Betson. Dr. John Betson has been a family doctor in Staffordshire for 30 years and senior lecturer in general practice at Keele University for 20 years. His research has focused on the management of musculoskeletal pain, analgesic use, and the design of pain recording medical smartphone apps. Anne Borrell. Dr. Anne Borrell is a GP working in Epworth, North Lincolnshire. She is a GP trainer and training program director for the Doncaster and Basildon scheme, supporting many registrars during training. She is also a medical director of the Lincolnshire Rural Support Network, a charity supporting people in farming and rural communities. Felicity Cooper. Felicity Cooper is proud to have been a GP over 30 years and a trainer for 25 of them. She has contributed to educating more GPs, computerization and innovation, as well as the core skills of delivering high-quality consultation to individuals and their families. Aidan Colhane. Professor Aidan Colhane is a rural GP. He cares for a diverse patient population, which includes 200 patients with intellectual disabilities. He has a lifelong interest in medical education and has been a GP trainer for over 15 years. He's an adjunct associate professor of general practice in the School of Medicine at the University of Limerick in Ireland. Fiona Mary Hayes. Dr. Fiona Hayes worked for 25 years at the University of Bristol Students' Health Service as a GP, where she championed the well-being of medical students and young adults with diabetes. She is now a practitioner health service clinician, supporting the well-being of health professionals, a GP appraiser, and facilitates peer support to practice nurses. Anthony Jones. Dr. Jones is currently clinical chair of the West Kent Training Hub and co-chair of the West Kent ICP Clinical and Professional Board. He has been a trainer, program director, and GP tutor. He has developed peer support groups for all primary care staff. Jodie Ann Lockwood. Dr. Jodie Lockwood is a GP working in Doncaster, South Yorkshire. She's a GP trainer and ARCP lead for South Yorkshire. She has interests in quality improvement, both in practice and within supporting trainees. As part of this, she is involved in the development of different training packages to support trainee education, along with working on WPBA development. Helen Little. Dr. Helen Little is an ex-RAF medical officer and a GP from Stamford. She has worked as a partner, GP trainer, undergraduate tutor, and educational lead for a large multi-practice partnership supporting students and trainees achieve their full potential. Stella Lowry. Dr. Stella Lowry was a GP partner and trainer in Stafford for 20 years and training program director for the Peterborough Vocational Training Scheme from 2016 to 2020. She worked in the A&E department of the local hospital during the first COVID wave and is a Macmillan GP in Lincolnshire. Sushma Mantri. Dr. Sushma Mantri is a GP in Walsall. She has held various posts and contributed to general practice as a GP trainer, an appraiser, a mentor, a QOF assessor, assessor for Stage 2 VTS, GP with a special interest in genetics, lead for CCG medicines management, and a GP champion for perinatal mental health. Brian Massey. Dr. Brian Massey was a GP at a rural practice in Lincolnshire for 26 years. He was actively involved in commissioning and is a passionate advocate for Lincolnshire's deprived coastal communities. He served on the board of the local hospice and was involved in the building of new children's hospice. Sarah Ross. Dr. Ross has worked in many different roles as a GP over the years, from Royal Naval Medical Officer to NHS Senior GP Partner. Her current work revolves around education as a GP tutor, training the trainers, an appraiser, and creating an exchange between GPs and secondary care colleagues. Helen Rutherford. Having just celebrated her 20th year in general practice, Dr. Helen Rutherford thought she was on the home straight heading for retirement, but has been surprised by her renewed enthusiasm for primary care as one of Modality Partnership's medical directors. Her only recent regret is that her husband pipped her to the post gaining his own FRCGP last year. Nevin Wahib George Samuel. Dr. Nevin Samuel has been a GP partner for 20 years and a trainer for 18 years in Winterton Medical Practice. She's a clinical tutor and examiner for the Hull and York Medical School. She's very passionate about working with registrars who have additional training needs, as she believes that with the right motivation and mentorship, they can succeed. She has been appointed the Divisional Medical Director for Community and Therapy at Northern Lincolnshire and Goole Hospital to support the work between primary care networks and community service in order to deliver an integrated service for the local population, especially around frailty and end of life. Ravi Sandhu. Dr. Ravi Sandhu has been a GP partner for 19 years at her Walsall practice. She's a GP trainer and tutor, having supported many registrars, FY2s and medical students. She's also Medical Director of Walsall Division of Modality Partnership and PCN Clinical Director. She's passionate about the quality of care delivered to her patients and enjoys delivering the continuity of care for her patients. Fiona Susan Scott. Dr. Fiona Scott is a GP partner with Hackspeak Group and moved to Hull with her family in 2009 to establish 3 new surgeries. The practice is now a thriving training practice on 5 sites with over 30,000 patients. She is totally committed to GP training and is also training program director for Hull. Her determination is to build up and restore training again in the inner city of Hull. Rupal Shah. Dr. Rupal Shah is a GP partner and trainer in Battersea. She is also an associate dean in the professional development team in London. She has published extensively on different facets of general practice and is a member of the London Differential Attainment Strategy Group. Satpal Singh Selkawat. I hope I have pronounced it correctly. Dr. Satpal Selkawat is a GP working in Kirton, Lindsay and Scottish Surgery, North Lincolnshire. He is a GP trainer and medical director for North Lincolnshire CCG. He has been involved in holding next-generation GP workshops for trainees and has recently started mid-career GP fellowship program in the Humber region. John Paul Tabun. Dr. John Paul Tabun is a GP in Malta with an interest in palliative care. He is the Secretary General of the Medical Association of Malta and the Commonwealth Medical Association, Director of the Malta Foundation School, and a founding member of the International and Overseas Network of the RCGP. Pavan Tendon. Dr. Pavan Tendon is a GP in North Lincolnshire and is part of many teams supporting education and health service development across Yorkshire and Humber. He is a training program director, GP trainer, and honorary senior lecturer and cancer lead. He has supported a large number of doctors in becoming excellent GPs. Meenakshi Thakur. Dr. Meenakshi Thakur has been a GP partner in her London practice for 28 years. She's a GP trainer, appraiser, PCN clinical director, and chair of Harrow LMC. She says that being a GP is an absolute privilege, rooted in the trusted doctor-patient relationship. Ravi Vibhuti. Dr. Ravi Vibhuti started as a single-handed GP in Kent in 1981 and developed his practice to a multi-doctor training practice. He was BMA secretary, president for the local division, and was elected as a BMA fellow for his outstanding services. He presently works as a treasurer for International Roses worldwide. Jane Watson. Dr. Watson retired after 31 years as a GP with interests in women's health, contraception and sexual health. A keen advocate for patients with learning disabilities, she achieved the Purple Star Award for her practice. She is also a passionate associate trainer and a former medical editor for the teenage magazine For Girls. Arthur Williams. Dr. Arthur Williams has been a GP in a rural practice in Tai Dr. Neffen for 25 years. By necessity, he has become involved in changing service provision and innovation. He was a Bevan exemplar in 2018, and his project won an RCGP Bright Ideas Award. He has presented his work nationally and internationally. And last but not least, a colleague of mine from Tower Hamlets, Sabir Mahmood Zaman. Dr. Sabir Zaman is a GP principal in Tower Hamlets, London. He's a GP trainer, MRCGP examiner, co-chair of RCGP North East London faculty, honorary clinical senior lecturer at QMUL, and a PCN chair. He's passionate about GP training, medical education, primary care leadership, and initiatives addressing equality and diversity.
So thank you, Victoria, and congratulations to all our new fellows. We have one more thing to do before the tea break, which is just to congratulate you, but also to congratulate all the people who've come to support you. So, as I said earlier, you don't do it alone, do you? And so let's just stand up and thank those who are with us, to say thank you to them. So thank you very much. That concludes this ceremony. We'll have a very quick tea break like it was in the programme. I know we're running late, but 10 minutes, and then we'll start the James Mackenzie Lecture. Please do join us for that. And can we stand for the mace procession, please? Okay. So now it's my pleasure to welcome you to the 2021 James Mackenzie Lecture. For anybody who wasn't in the ceremony one before this, my name is Amanda Howe. I'm the college president. I'd like to remind you to please switch off your mobiles, put them onto silent for the duration of this meeting. My pleasure and honour is to welcome Professor Maureen Baker as our lecturer today. For those of you who don't know or can't keep up with her illustrious career, Maureen is chair of the Professional Record Standards Body for Health and Social Care. She's also the CMO for Healthily, which is an award-winning self-care app. And she was chair of the Royal College of GPs from 2013-16 and before that, honorary secretary. Maureen's also held appointments with NHS Connecting for Health, now NHS Digital, the National Patient Safety Agency, NHS Direct, and appointed at the University of Nottingham. She's done a lot of work on patient safety from lots of different angles, including establishing the world's first clinical safety management system for health IT and developing safety standards for health IT for the NHS in England, and also developing e-learning modules on patient safety more generally for doctors in training. I went ahead of myself with her history in the RCGP. I have the details here. I think we also have in the booklet, she was honorary secretary from 1999 to 2009, chair of council in 2013. She's led on medical workforce, co-chair of the RCGP GPC Medical Workforce Committee in that period, and she has a postdoc DM from the University of Nottingham on the maximisation of the medical workforce in primary care. So that's a story that's still going around, but Maureen has provided some evidence and input from her academic work. She also has a long-standing interest in emergency planning, and it was actually my pleasure to be her honorary secretary-elect when the flu pandemic broke. So my memory is I had about a day of induction, and then you did that job really well, and I did your old job, and you sometimes managed to tell me what I needed to be doing, which was great. But actually Maureen did, was a model, just as colleagues have been in this period for the pandemic. I remember her doing really regular briefings. We were sending stuff out to practices all the time, trying to keep up with the evidence and best practice, and Maureen was a real role model during that period. And then as chair of the college, she instituted the Put Patients First campaign to invest in general practice, a cause that we're still advocating on, and it was instrumental in the institution of the returner scheme and introducing practice pharmacists, so lots of legacies there. In the COVID emergency, she's been involved with the COVID Clinical Assessment Service and a member of our policy advisory group. So, Maureen, first of all, I would like to formally present you with the President's Medal. Very well deserved. Now, where's our cameraman? He's over there. And may I please now call upon you to deliver the 2021 James Mackenzie Lecture. Thank you.
President, colleagues and friends, this morning I woke up at 7:15, having gone to bed at 20 to 12. I didn't sleep as well as I normally do. I slept for 6 hours and 30 minutes. I was awake for 1 hour and 34 minutes. I only had 14 minutes of deep sleep, which is significantly less than I normally have. Yesterday, I walked 7.99 kilometres, that was 11,730 steps, and I expended 3,008 calories. Well, so what? I hear you say. But I'd like to ask, how many of you are wearing some kind of fitness tracker? Just raise your hands if you are. OK, I think that's about 50%. So probably about 50% of you care at least about your own numbers. So in this lecture, I'd like to talk about the move towards a self-directed patient with numbers and knowledge. Oops. There we are. So, Sir James Mackenzie, a Scot, a GP. He's known as the father of academic general practice, at least in this house, and he's also known as the father of cardiology. He was a GP in Burnley in late Victorian times, and he developed an interest in heart disease. He studied his own patients, he logged their data, he monitored them over years. And round about the turn of the century, he moved to London, where he practised as a cardiologist. This is his book, his first book. It made him famous in medical circles. And it's about principles of disease and management of heart affections, which personally I think is much more poetic than heart disease. And just to show you, this is the preface to his second edition of that book. You don't need to read it all, but I draw your attention to the second paragraph. And in that he's saying that as he had been so long out of general practice, he felt it was important to have an active GP involved in editing the book, so he asked a colleague to do so. So I think that just demonstrates his commitment, his lifelong commitment to research in and from general practice. So, as well as being the father of academic general practice, the father of cardiology, I'm going to submit that Mackenzie also has a claim to being the first self-directed patient. He himself suffered from heart disease. He had his first heart attack, aged 48, and during that episode, he recorded an episode of his own atrial fibrillation using his own polygraph machine. In his book Angina Pectoris, where he laid out history of a number of patients, he was patient number 28. And he was so interested in heart disease, this extended to beyond death, in that he asked his friend if he would do an autopsy, once he died, of course, and wouldn't be much good before then, but when his friend conducted the autopsy after Mackenzie's death, indeed he was found to have extensive cardiac disease with evidence of both old and recent myocardial infarction. So as well as all this, Mackenzie was an inventor. This picture is actually a picture of his sphygmometer, which was a machine used to trace pulse. But Mackenzie was frustrated with this machine. It didn't work the way he wanted it to, and so the limitations inspired him to develop the Mackenzie polygraph. And that actually is the forerunner of the modern lie detector. And it was developed just a little bit before ECGs. The first publication of ECG was by William Einthoven in 1902. And actually, Einthoven got the Nobel Prize for ECG in 1924. So, a bit of a shame that Mackenzie didn't really, but never mind. So, moving from 19th century technology to 20th century technology, and we now have the smartphone. Smartphone launched 2007, Steve Jobs, and within 2 years, within 5 years, 80% of the population of the world owned an iPhone, probably higher now. I'd be very surprised if 100% of this audience don't have a smartphone. It's so ubiquitous. So let's look a little bit more at numbers. Contemporaneous with the launch of the iPhone, 2 journalists from Wired magazine, technology magazine, started the development of a movement known as the quantified self. And the purpose of the movement really was to explore what all this data and self-tracking, what was it for? What could it be used for? Started, not surprisingly, as these things do, in the Bay Area, California, but rapidly spread throughout the world with websites, still a website, forums. There was, for a while, there was an institute for the quantified self in the Netherlands. So it did develop some momentum, and it's still going today. Also attracted some criticism, The Guardian referring to it as a gadget-filled fitness craze. And I think that's fair enough criticism, actually. So, again, back to the numbers. This is the sort of thing that we as individuals who use these devices will see every day. It gives us information about ourselves, our bodies, our health. And there are a multiplicity now of wearable devices. And these started out taking fairly basic physiological data, steps, calories expended, moved on to sort of sleep patterns. There's also heart rate and respiratory rate and temperature and various characteristics like that. And what has happened is that the technology has moved on from being fairly basic data into medical devices, and we now have wearable medical devices such as Apple Watch, which the Apple Watch was launched actually in 2015. Overnight, within 24 hours, the Apple Watch became the world's largest selling luxury watch within one day. And within 3 years, Apple introduced an ECG function into its smartwatch, and that shortly became a registered medical device. As you know, we also have wearable devices to record blood pressure. This is one. And you're all very familiar with the blood glucose monitoring devices. The photograph is not an Apple Watch. It's actually a Withings hybrid watch. And the reason I've shown that is that that is the first smartwatch to receive certification as a medical device for its pulse oximeter function. This was given a CE mark by the FDA only last month. So that's just to illustrate sort of, the extent to which this is moving and the areas into which it's progressing. So again, to a certain extent, so what? Interesting for yourself. How interesting, how useful is it from a medical perspective or from a general practice perspective? Well, I'd like to draw your attention to the Apple Heart study. This study, if you're interested, is published in the New England Journal of Medicine 2019. And this was a study undertaken by Apple, funded by Apple, together with researchers from Stanford Medical. And in this study, they recruited over 400,000 individuals with the plan to see whether the smartwatch was detecting heart arrhythmias. It should be pointed out, the 400,000 individuals, that population was markedly skewed toward younger people and toward wealthier people. Basically, they were people who bought smartwatches. What would you expect? Not only that, there were, if not predominantly male, there was a distinct gender imbalance in, I think it was about 65% male, 35% female. So it was a somewhat skewed population. So what happened was, participants in this study, when the watch informed them that there was a heart arrhythmia, they would contact the researchers and they would be sent an ECG patch. So of the 400,000 participants, about 0.5% were informed from the smartwatch of a heart arrhythmia. So that group of people, that 0.5%, sent the ECG patches, and of that population, about a third of them did record atrial fibrillation on their ECG patch. Now, the same team did a follow-up study, which was actually published in Circulation just last month. And the follow-up study, they looked at the 66% of people who'd originally reported an episode of atrial fibrillation but who didn't record it on the ECG patch, and they followed these guys up for a longer period of time. And in that population, they found that 40% of them did record some heart arrhythmia, and in fact 34% were subsequently received a formal diagnosis of atrial fibrillation. So, yeah, quite interesting really. But again, what are we going to do with that? So, at the moment, the UK National Screening Committee and the relevant association in the USA do not recommend screening for atrial fibrillation for a number of reasons, including that there's no evidence that people picked up on screening have better outcomes than people who present with symptoms and are subsequently diagnosed with atrial fibrillation and treated. And then there's the issue of, well, okay, say there is evidence that emerges of benefit for treating these patients. We have to think that potentially we'd identify a large cohort of younger, fitter people originally asymptomatic. And, what's the ratio of benefit to harm with treating these people with anticoagulation over a long period of time? So these, I think, are fundamental questions that we're nowhere near answering as yet. On the other hand, loads of people buy Apple smartwatches, Withings, watches, all sorts of devices, there is ready access to consumer-facing devices that will record this information and probably more. And what are we going to do with that? So I think this is a major issue to be resolved. You could say that it is a step towards the democratisation of healthcare, where people are empowered to become more responsible for their own care with information, knowledge and indeed convenience. So I would suggest that information and knowledge are actually not the same thing. Information, facts learned or read by an individual, and knowledge being gained from experience through testing and observation. There's a continuum between information and knowledge. I would suggest that health professionals are very much, hopefully, at the knowledge end of the continuum. And, you know, individuals will have a different place between information and knowledge depending on their circumstances. So let's look a bit closer at what happens when you undertake a health search for information. If you're in the UK and you put a search term into Google, for instance, other search engines are available, you will be returned a number of sites, and at the top in the UK it's almost always an NHS article. You may not have realised that, but if you try it on your phones you'll find out that that's the case. So the NHS article will come first, then Google will show you a number of common questions related to that search term. There may be videos that you can look at, images and website articles. And the search engine algorithms will rank their returns with a combination of what they consider to be authoritative and useful and popular. So that's information. How do we move on to knowledge? Well, I would say that the use of health or medical apps is another step along the knowledge continuum. And I suggested earlier that I think 100% of you have smartphones. I'm pretty sure that 100% of you will have at least one health or fitness app on said smartphone. They're just really common. And, you know, we know they are. We use them ourselves as citizens, as, you know, people, and, of course, our patients will use apps. Very commonly for fitness purposes, diet and exercise. They'll often use them to help maintain or improve mental health. People who suffer from chronic conditions such as diabetes or kidney disease will often use an app, may in fact be directed to use an app to help with the management of their condition. And then another step towards knowledge is use of symptom checkers. So here, a person will put symptoms into the checker, together with other relevant factors, their age, their gender, possibly other influencing factors. Do they have diabetes? Have they COPD? Are they obese? And so they'll put this information into the symptom checker. The symptom checker will ask a number of questions, and then the algorithms or the AI will return some possible conditions to the user. Symptom checkers are generally Class 1 medical devices. So I think we can show that people, the people with whom we live will use search engines, they'll use apps, they may well use symptom checkers, so they have access to high-quality, authoritative material, When they use a symptom checker, they can be directed to possible conditions and indeed reasonable next steps, self-care or see a health professional. At this stage, I would say absolutely that it is as important for people to be directed to see a health professional when that's the right thing to do, as it is to be given information about self-care. So we've got that far, the health information, the apps, the symptom checker. Increasingly now, people are buying their own tests. So these are readily available online, convenient, relatively cheap, fast results, which frankly is often not the case when you have tests done in the NHS. And, you know, they're your results. You've paid for the test, you get the result, it's yours. So, you know, they have ownership. And then what's the next step? Well, it may well be the treatment. So, you know, you've got symptoms, you've found out things that might be, you may have taken a test, and you will know that an appropriate treatment for this condition is whatever, and you may well be able to buy whatever in a supermarket or a garage or a corner shop or a high street pharmacy. And if the whatever happens to be a prescription drug, you can now go to an online pharmacy actually and have a consultation and get a prescription. And I do believe that increasingly that's what a significant number of people are doing. There's a proliferation of online pharmacies and they're making money. You know, people are using them, and we have to be aware of that. So if we then think the self-directed patient, they have information, they have knowledge, they may have data from medical devices, and they have access to apps, and they know symptom checkers, and they know when it's appropriate to self-care or to contact a health professional. And I think that pretty much sums up where we are today. So if we think about the self-directed patient of the future, so this child is highly likely to be a self-directed patient, and there is huge potential there for individuals. Again, you can have ownership, autonomy, much greater understanding of your own body and how your body responds. The quantified self movement has a concept of achieving your best self. So maximising your state of health and wellness through an understanding of your own data. And there are even some people who advocate that by achieving your best self, you fulfil your obligation as a citizen. So, well, that sounds reasonably positive to me, but of course, there's always likely to be negatives. This, by the way, is the same child, in case you hadn't realised. So what negatives are we looking at? Well, information overload for a start. You know, there's so much of this data. How do you pick out the signal from the noise? People can get absorbed in this. You know, have you been at a dinner party or sat in a pub with someone who's very keen to tell you how many miles they ran yesterday and how their heart rate's falling and how their fitness is improving? And you know, people can really get very absorbed in this. You could also say that, you know, this is taking us down the medicalisation of life, in that you're just looking at pretty much everything through a medical lens, and how healthy is that? There's a clear danger of overdiagnosis and too much medicine. I think the atrial fibrillation example, you know, spells that out very clearly. And I submit that, you know, you could say that there's just a descent into vanity and narcissism, and you know, it's not good for anyone. But then, you know, back to the positive side and thinking more at a societal level, Well, surely people who focus on their health and well-being through the diet and exercise and looking after their mental health and all the various information and knowledge that they can achieve, surely this will result in there being healthier populations, and this can only be a good thing. There's a clear potential for much greater involvement of individuals in monitoring and looking after their own chronic conditions. We could also make a case that people using these devices in an acute illness, like COVID, for instance, if they can see their temperature and their pulse and their blood oxygen level, you might get an earlier indication of deterioration. So it is entirely possible that society of self-directed patients, we could really make progress. And frankly, in terms of workload on health professions, well, we need something. And if we were able to better support people to self-care, to look after their ongoing health and to be more involved in management of their chronic conditions, well, anything that frees up medical professional time to concentrate on the more complex, complicated, difficult side of things can surely only be a good thing. Again, having said that, there's always a flip side. Again, I keep coming back to the potential for overdiagnosis and overtreatment. And, if we have a focus on being your best self, then does that stigmatise people who don't attempt to be their best self? For a whole number of reasons: economic, societal, having ongoing illnesses, digital divide, whatever it might be. I would suggest that we already see a lot of stigma towards groups of people who are obese, for instance. And if we move to your best self and fulfilling your obligations as a citizen, then what do we say about people who don't engage in that? So, I think that's a potentially dangerous route to go down. I'm also concerned about medicine by metrics. So, to paraphrase Einstein, not everything that matters can be measured. Not everything you can measure matters. And already, I think, and certainly in some quarters, there's such a focus on the numbers that you can treat the numbers and forget about the patient. And that's potentially a very dangerous move to be making. We also need to be careful about worsening health inequalities. You could argue this either way, I think. You could say democratisation of health, most people have a smartphone, better supported to look after themselves. On the other hand, actually, not everyone has a smartphone, and the people who don't are probably the people who have the greatest health needs. So, you can argue either way. So I think there are challenges for general practice. If we as GPs are going to feed this data in, possibly to health records, or use data, or work with patients in the management of their conditions, we need to know that this data can be trusted. It's accurate and reliable. We need to know that the regulatory framework is fit for purpose. And frankly, the regulators, are struggling to keep up with the pace of innovation. I think I need to be far more open to the idea of partnership with patients in managing conditions, and that indeed expert patients really should have a lot of the knowledge they will need to manage their condition largely by themselves, with some help and advice from their GP or their healthcare provider. And then I do think we have to just have a little think about big tech and where they play in. So I don't know if you're aware of this. There was a very interesting article in Wall Street Journal earlier this year that looked at the CASPA Apple primary care. So Apple, of course, again, it's always Apple, set up this scheme to provide primary care for their employees from Apple doctors, incorporating data from Apple devices. What could go wrong? Without going into too much detail, Wall Street Journal reported that recently a number of employees expressed major concerns about the integrity of the project, the data, and the way the project was run, and particularly around the culture. And you do have to think, well, how acceptable is this actually? Would you like your employer? Well, I suppose our employer does provide it, but you know what I mean. It adds a different dimension, and you work for a company and they provide your primary care and they're getting the data from your devices, and you've got to really trust that if it's going to work. And all I can say is that at the moment the project is currently stalled, but who knows? Just as a matter of interest, how many of you recognise this little guy? Yeah, quite a lot. All I can say is, you guys are older than you look. So, moving on, or coming to the end. I recently heard a radio interview with Ringo Starr, Beatle. And he was telling the interviewer, yeah, you had Lennon, McCartney, and yeah, you had George Harrison, but he says, he wrote a lot of songs. I thought, oh, I didn't know that. He says, yeah, I wrote a lot of songs, but I didn't know how to end them. So most of them never saw the light of day, as it were. So I think it's always a problem in a lecture, how do you end it? So what I thought I'd do is come back to James Mackenzie and ask a few questions. So if Mackenzie were around today, would he wear a smartwatch? What do you think? Would he monitor his own health metrics? Of course he would. Would he encourage and support patients to increase ownership of their own health by using the technology? I mean, the guy loved tech, obviously. Would he want to use data from wearables in patient management? And would he, as a researcher, want to design and run large-scale community-based research programmes? There is so much potential in this stuff, and I really feel that our academic community need to grasp this. And again, thinking back to Mackenzie, do this stuff from community-based general practice. So I would just like to close by saying, well, what would Mackenzie do? What will we do? What will we do as patients? What will we do as GPs? What will we do as academics? And what will this college do from the professional perspective? So before I leave, I'd just like to make a few acknowledgements. I'm very grateful to colleagues and friends that we had discussions about and offered me insights and offered up criticisms. People also helped me put this presentation together. I will say that if there's any errors or misunderstandings, they are mine and mine alone, and not blaming my friends. And just to wrap up, finally, I would like to acknowledge my family, my late parents, Bill and Ella, and my husband Peter, my daughters Carol and Elena and their families, and thank them for their love and support. And thank you for listening.
Thank you very, very much, Maureen. I know Maureen was a little concerned this morning about whether we'd find the lecture interesting. Did we find it interesting? Yes, we did. And really balanced and right on the spot of a lot of the debates we're having about digital, but I think framed in a different way, and those last questions about how can we take this forward in a way that, you know, where we really find out what's useful for us as individuals, for doctors, in the research world. You know, just great, Maureen. So thank you so much again, and well done.
Thank you.
And the lecture's been filmed, so it will go on to YouTube in due course, and we also usually formally publish a version of that for our journal, so lots of chance for other people to read it and for you to reread it and digest the ideas in it, and no doubt Maureen would like to discuss when we get the chance. Now, I haven't got a briefing from my staff. We're running a little late, as you know. I think we need a very quick turnaround for the next ceremony. You're welcome if you really just want to sit in a seat because you're staying. I think you can. We need to sort out up here and get the graduates seated. So anybody who wants to go out for a quick break, please do, and we'll see you back in here for the award ceremony too, for those of you who are joining us, as soon as we can. Thanks again, Maureen, and well done.
Right, good afternoon, everybody. Let's see if we can get the microphone to work. It's brilliant to see everybody here. I'm Dr. Jonathan Leach. I'm Joint Honorary Secretary with Victoria, and I'm also a GP in Bromsgrove. So I've got some admin things first, and then we'll move on to the second ceremony. So the first thing is the usual thing: could we make sure that mobile phones are at least on silent and preferably switched off? I'm also going to run through the fire drill. Basically, there isn't going to be a fire drill, so if the fire alarm goes off, it's the real one, okay? What I would suggest is if you familiarise yourself with the nearest fire exit, which is essentially the bottom at the top in the usual airline style. And obviously, if you require assistance in terms of exiting the building, then the staff and myself will assist. In terms of masks, obviously we're still in the middle of a pandemic. It is a matter of your personal choice whether or not you wish to wear a mask. I know some people are, some people aren't. One of the things that we'd ask, and when the fellows come onto the stage, you may wish to take a mask off just so that photographs can be taken, and then put one on if that's your choice. Just to note that we're generally not doing handshakes because of obviously the potential for transmission, although I absolutely accept that COVID is an airborne disease. So what we're going to do next is that there will be the procession by the Chair of Scottish Council with the mace, with the other officers, and then we will move on from there. But thank you all very much for coming, and it is great to see so many people here this afternoon. It's the good. It does work, doesn't it? Yes, we'll stand up.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Amanda Howe, and for this ceremony only, I remain your college president. I'm very pleased to welcome you. Apologies that we're running late. Hopefully, in a way, in the greater scheme of life, it doesn't matter. We are recording today's ceremony, so as well as being delighted that we've actually got people in the room for the first time for 2 years in this auditorium till today, we also, of course, are making it accessible to colleagues who can't attend and to people who want to view from other locations. You have booklets with all the details of today's award winners in it, and that does include details of people who haven't been able to join us. And so let's move to the business of the day, which is to celebrate you and your achievements. And we have many different awards that are particular to the college, and of course the Award of Fellowship, which is one of the greatest and most embracing of our awards, and respect to those of you who are here for that. We will, you'll see how it works. Basically, colleague reads the citation, you come up, I stand there, we do a photo, and then on we go. So thank you very much. I'll start with just the announcement of 2 honorary fellowships, Tom Daster and Mark Pemberton, awarded honorary fellowship in 2021 but unable to join us today. You have full details of their achievements. So our first live award is is going to be read for the citation by my colleague Dr. Mary McCarthy, and the honorary fellow is our colleague Catherine Fellowship. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. I can't tell you how delighted I am to be here in person after all these months of Zoom meetings. Catherine Fellowship did her medical degree in Iceland, but spent 3 years completing her GP training in England. She worked as a junior doctor in Edgware General Hospital and Norfolk Park Hospital before joining the Chalk Hill Health Centre in Wembley as a GP trainee to Dr. John Selinsky, who is here beside her today. She achieved GMC registration in 1979 and returned to Iceland, where she took a post as Assistant Medical City Officer for Reykjavik for a year. And then in 1980, she began her general physician practice in Reykjavik. Within her catchment area was the British Embassy, and she was the family doctor of the ambassador, his family, and the embassy staff for many years. So much so that when the Queen and Prince Philip visited Iceland in 1990, she was awarded the MBE in recognition of her services. She has been involved in both medical politics and national politics for many years, becoming a member of Reykjavik City Council in 1982 and the City Executive Council in 1986. She was made chair of the Icelandic College of Family Physicians in 1995 and a board member of the Icelandic Medical Association in 1997. She joined the Standing Committee of European Doctors, which is all doctors, not just GPs, as head of the Icelandic delegation in 2000, being elected an internal auditor in 2001 and 2003, a vice president in 2006 and 2008, treasurer in 2010, and then obviously president of that illustrious organisation in 2013, a woman and a GP as president of the European Standing Committee of Doctors. She has always worked tirelessly for general practice and continued this theme into the years of her presidency, focusing on national problems that delegations brought forward. She promoted the UK's motion on minimum unit pricing of alcohol, being a prime mover in getting this petition the European attention it deserved. She has been a frequent visitor to the UK, attending the BMA annual representative meetings from 2012 to 15 as the CPME president, and in 17 as the immediate past president. And in both these roles, she also attended UAMO, which is a European Organisation of General Practitioners, in their general assemblies, contributing to the debates and informing UAMO of CPME activities. She's been active in Icelandic politics, becoming a member of the Icelandic Parliament and contributing to the Committee for Health and Social Security, the Committee for the Environment, and the Committee for Foreign Affairs. And in this capacity, she attended the United Nations General Assembly in 1999 and the United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development in 2002. Throughout her career, she has continued to work as a family physician in Reykjavik, enjoying a high reputation in that city, and has been awarded honorary membership of the Icelandic College of Family Physicians in 2017 and honorary membership of the Icelandic Medical Association in 2018. She is a dedicated and committed general practitioner who has used her position in European medical politics to foster the highest standards of training and practice among her fellow family physicians. She is a role model and mentor to more people than she can possibly imagine, and her influence is not only European-wide, but worldwide. Tila hamagu, Catherine.
Brilliant, congratulations, and thank you so much for all that hard work. Now could I ask Martin Marshall to come to the lectern to read the citation for Ed Scully. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you very much indeed, Amanda, and welcome to everybody. It's a real pleasure to present the citation for Ed Scully, Director of Primary and Community Healthcare in the Department of Health and Social Care for England. Ed is the most senior civil servant with government responsibility for advising ministers in England on strategy, policy and implementation of all government priorities relating to primary care. He's overseen the delivery of important issues affecting the college and the profession, in particular the GP partnership review, the expansion of primary care workforce, system integration, the most recent GMS contract and GP indemnity. These policies have a major impact on the work of frontline GPs, and Ed has been a strong supporter of the college and wider profession behind closed doors. Now, let me ask you a question. What do you expect from a top civil servant? The wisdom of Solomon to guide the policy process, of course. The patience of Job to work with politicians would be a bit of an asset, I suspect. The diplomatic skills of Henry Kissinger to work with, well, us. We can be a little bit demanding at times, there's no doubt about that. And the discretion of a priest in the confessional as he explains what sometimes feels like the inexplicable processes of government. Ed has the package. He's a passionate civil servant, value-driven and thoroughly grounded in the realities of frontline care. His groundedness might come as a surprise, given he has a PhD in philosophy. Perhaps that's why he's so calm. To each of the many roles that Ed has been appointed, he's brought a deep understanding of the nature of general practice and its importance to the wider health system. Importantly, he's been one of a small number of civil servants who've been able to effectively convey this understanding to senior policymakers and to politicians. He's worked closely with several ministers and secretaries of state, and his longevity in leading government roles is a testament to the respect with which he's held. Ed's deep understanding of general practice and his desire to work closely with college officers and staff has played a major role in our college's current status as one of the most effective and influential of professional bodies. Ed is without doubt the most worthy of recipients of an honorary fellowship.
Wonderful, thank you. Now I would like to invite my colleague Dr. Jo Rosenthal to come to the lectern to read the citation for Fiona Stevenson. Thanks, Chair.
Many thanks, Amanda. Hello, everyone. Nice to be able to wear a suit for the first time in 2 years. And my great pleasure to say a few words about my colleague, my boss, Professor Fiona Stevenson, who, as many of you will know, is a medical sociologist of international renown, whose focus throughout her career, now spanning over 25 years, has been general practice and primary care. She joined the Department of Primary Care and Population Health at UCL in 2001, having previously worked in general practice departments in Birmingham University and King's College London. And I know a couple of her colleagues are here today. In her educational role, where I've mainly worked with her, she's been the lead for teaching medical sociology at UCL, and has undoubtedly influenced the knowledge and understanding of literally thousands of future doctors in terms of sociology and social sciences more broadly. Her teaching has always been embedded in the context of general practice, and she's no doubt inspired the career choice of many of her students towards GP. In her postgraduate field, Fiona has also provided support and supervision to numerous GP trainees on academic fellowships, particularly in terms of her expertise in qualitative research and again, influencing their future careers. Fiona has throughout her career succeeded in a way quite rare amongst academics in maintaining enthusiasm and excellence both in teaching and research, and her research on doctor-patient interactions, the GP consultation, concordance with medication, digital health and the implementation of evidence into practice have all been directly relevant to the work of GPs and the benefit of our patients. Measures of her success include grant income of over £22 million, over 150 peer-reviewed publications, 11 book chapters, and her appointment in 2018 as the head of the UCL Department of Primary Care and Population Health, one of the world's largest academic primary care departments, and more recently as the Deputy Director of the NIHR National School for Primary Care Research. Fiona is a true friend of general practice whose body of teaching, research and scholarship has undoubtedly informed and benefited our discipline. I'm delighted to have nominated her and to welcome her as an honorary fellow of this college.
So as you can see, Honorary Fellowship recognises lots of different aspects of things that help us as a community to do the work we do, whether it's international collaborations, political, academic. And on that note, I'm also going to ask Russell Hearn to come. No? Oh, who's going to do the citation for Anne then? Your daughter? Well, I expect I could do it if I needed to. The daughter is happy to. Please come then. That's fine. We always like an unscripted moment. That's absolutely brilliant. Do come and give the citation for your mum. So that's why we call it family practice.
So this is not practiced. I'm not a fellow, but I'm a member of the college, and it's very fortunate for me to be able to do this for my mum today. So Dr. Anne Wiley has inspired generations of medical students and doctors to improve quality of patient care and general practice. Through her work, the daily impact on patients' lives across the globe is immeasurable. During the pandemic, Dr. Wiley has also been leading on electives for medical students at King's and has worked tirelessly to support students through uncertainty of this period with grace and positivity. Dr. Wiley graduated in medical microbiology in 1972, I wasn't around then, and completed her Masters in Health Promotion in 1991, I remember that, in public health in Berkshire. She's been working at the medical school at King's since 1996. Over her 24-year career in medical education, Mum has focused on undergraduate general practice education. At rough calculation, around 10,000 current doctors have passed through the curricula that she's pioneered and developed. Her lecturing and academic roles centre around topics of key importance to general practice, public health, health promotion and global health. Dr. Wiley's work has received recognition in the UK and internationally. A frequent nominee for prizes from her students, Dr. Wiley's also won several awards and prizes during her career. Of particular note is the Sustainability Prize at KCL, one for the development of quality improvement projects undertaken by medical students, which focused on sustainability in primary care. In addition to this specific project, Dr. Wiley supervises the delivery of around 50 QIPs in general practice each year. Many of these students receive their own recognition, and in 2019, one general practice QIP entitled Improving the Uptake of MMR Vaccination received a commendation at the RCGP conference. In 2009, Dr. Wiley received a Community Teaching Excellence Award for her championing of health promotion in general practice. Dr. Wiley's undertaken several international collaborations, including working in Greece, Australia, and most recently as a visiting professor in Japan, all of which my dad's also benefited from free trips abroad with. All of these collaborations have centred around the education of doctors and students in primary care with a focus on global health and health promotion. Her most recent visit to Japan helped inform the review of their national primary care curriculum. Dr. Wiley has strongly supported primary care research during her career, and this is demonstrated in her contribution to international conferences. A research and evidence-based stance is central to Dr. Wiley's approach to both public health and medical education. This is readily evidenced by 93 citations, and her publications include her publications in education and primary care. In addition to her publications, Dr. Wiley has authored key chapters in textbooks that are used internationally on topics central to the work in general practice. These include her own textbook, Health Promotion in Medical Education, which is used at several medical schools and the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Health MSc programme. So congratulations, Dr. Wiley Jr., on your fellowship today.
Just tell us your name.
So I'm also Dr. Wiley.
Excellent. First name?
Colleen.
Colleen. Very nice. Come and have the photo with you. Very nice. Well done. Thank you. I just want to check one thing with my colleague, Kate. Thank you. So we now move to the award of the President Medal. You have two awardees in your book. Dr. Catherine Millington-Saunders isn't able to join us today, and so we hope we can present her award perhaps in the spring meeting. As you can read, the President's Medal is another type of award that particularly respects people who've made a special contribution either to the work of the college or helping us in the way that we develop and deliver our services for patients. And I would like to invite Dr. Maya Hopkind to come to the stage to give the citation for Paul Myers. Thank you.
It really is a pleasure and a privilege to be here to read this citation. Paul is one of the quietest and most influential general practitioners that I've ever had the pleasure to know. He's an influential GP within Wales and has been an excellent role model for the GP trainees on his vocational training scheme. I remember once when we were both PDs, we were role-playing group work, and Paul was facilitating the group, and I was the plant who had to be disruptive. It was the hardest role play I have ever done. Paul was so interesting and so engaging that I really did not want to be the naughty girl, just for once. Paul preceded me. He was the chair of RCGP Wales. He was the chair of the North Wales faculty, the Academy of the Royal Colleges in Wales, and the GP Deanery Advisory Committee. His chairmanship skills are inspirational. His quiet manner in no way detracts from his ability to control a meeting in a most effective manner. Improving the quality of primary care in Wales has been important to Paul throughout his career. He's developed this through working with the local health board at a national level in Wales and as chair of the RCGP Audit Committee. He was instrumental in setting up an RCGP leadership scheme in Wales, which is still running, and engaged with the AITs and First Fives to become involved with RCGP Wales Council. Doctor welfare has also been important to him, and he's helped to set up a confidential health and counselling service, the Health for Healthcare Professionals in Wales. As well as his roles in promoting general practice and education in Wales, Paul has developed links with primary care and education in Lesotho. This has been undertaken in his own time and at his own expense. He is now supporting the RCGP Wales successor to ensure that these links are maintained. Paul was nominated for the President's Medal for his continuous contribution over many years at a local, Welsh and UK and international level for promoting the values of Cum Sienta Caritas. Well done, Paul. Well deserved.
Well done. You're very welcome. Brilliant. And the next award, the Foundation Council Medal, is given for particularly meritorious work that contributes to the discipline of general practice, our scientific base. Martin Rowland, Professor Martin Rowland, was awarded this in 2021. It seems a long time since the two Martins and I were up in the north of England, doesn't it? But anyway, I'm going to ask the other Martin to give the citation. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Amanda. It really is an enormous pleasure to present a citation for someone who has been a colleague and a mentor throughout much of my career, and is one of my best friends as well. By any standards, Professor Martin Rowland is one of the most highly respected researchers in the world, not just primary care researchers, but researchers in general. Commander of the British Empire, Fellow of the UK Academy of Medical Sciences, and member of the US National Academy of Medicine, Martin's a worthy recipient of the very top honours in the world. Martin studied medicine in Oxford. He did his GP training in Cambridge, and in the latter part of his career, he was in Cambridge as the inaugural Professor of Health Services Research. In case you worry that this shows a distinct lack of geographical imagination, he did spend 18 highly successful years in the middle of his career as Professor of General Practice and Director of the National Primary Care Research and Development Centre at the University of Manchester. This is where he put primary care policy research very much on the map. It's also where, amongst many other things, Martin gave birth to the Quality and Outcomes Framework. In his defence, he says it was working perfectly fine when he handed it over to government. Massively talented researcher as he is, he's not one of your what you might call average pointy-headed academics. I think I'm allowed to say that because I'm one as well. Over the years, he's proved himself to be one of the wisest advisors of policymakers and politicians, with a message which is both consistent and shockingly simple at the same time. On the basis of his deep knowledge of the research evidence, much of which he created himself, he would tell any policymaker who was willing to hear him that their latest big idea wouldn't work and would have unintended side effects. Martin is the master of academic scepticism, albeit expressed in a remarkably cheerful way. Martin retired from full-time practice in 2016, though that hasn't stopped him in his retirement writing more scientific papers for leading journals than most of us have had hot dinners. In his so-called retirement, he's developed two new passions. Golf is one of them, and the second is travelling the world in search of modern art by female artists, which he then persuades the owners to donate to Murray Edwards College in Cambridge, where he's a fellow. So, Martin has two passions, one of which he performs highly successfully, the other less so. Enough said. President, for every reason, apart from the quality of his golf, Professor Martin Rowland is a most worthy recipient of the college's Foundation Council Award.
I said, we've just done quite a detailed review of bases of our awards. Unfortunately, golf still doesn't come into it. Okay, so now we come to the John Fry Award, which is awarded in recognition particularly of those who've undertaken research. We've got a lot of the research community in the audience today, some getting awards, some having influenced the career of others. That's a great pleasure to me as an academic GP. And the John Fry Award looks at people who've started out on a research career earlier in their careers, and certainly within 20 years of the qualification of a GP. This year's award is to Dr. Kamal Matani, and I would like to ask Victoria to the stage to read the citation.
Thank you, Amanda. It is such an honour to be giving this citation for Kamal. I've known Kamal for many years. We've sat together on NIHR committees, debated research proposals, and organised events to generate research ideas from the front line. Kamal is passionate about evidence-based medicine and has undertaken some very interesting projects on service redesign, the assessment of novel technologies, and the promotion of patient-centred chronic disease management. He covered questions ranging from what is the future of systematic reviews to in what ways can museums, gardens, and libraries be good for our health. In 2016, he was awarded the RCGP SAPC Yvonne Carter Award for being an outstanding new researcher. Fast forward 5 years, and he's an associate professor and co-director of the Centre for Evidence-Based Medicine in Oxford. Apart from being academically excellent and an amazing mind, Kamal is also caring, supportive, and grounded. I've asked a common friend of ours, Jeff Wong, to send me a few words about Kamal. He replied, "What a decent person. He's approachable, listens to others, is open-minded, easy to work with, a real team player. He's also excellent at chairing meetings and getting the most out of everybody. And he's an amazing multitasker. He's a frontline GP, an accomplished researcher, and a devoted family man. I cannot think of a more worthy person for this award."
Wonderful. So now we come to the certificate of commendation. The first one is for Tony Birch. As you can see, the certificate of commendation is presented for people who've really contributed to the work of general practice in lots of different ways. We've got 2 recipients tonight. I'd like, in fact, to invite Claire Etherington to join me on stage to give the citation for Tony. And I think Victoria wants to add a few words as well, if that's okay. Claire, thank you.
Oh my goodness, it's lovely to be here. I've had a fabulous day, vaccinating all day, telling everybody I was coming to see Tony at this ceremony, and a whole multi-professional team from a couple of CCGs away who all knew him. I'm so delighted to be here. Tony Birch is a recently retired GP who worked in northwest London as a GP partner for over 30 years. He is absolutely passionate about the care of the elderly and people with dementia. He was a gypsy for older people for 10 years, working on whole system change and step-up care. He's an examiner for the Diploma in Geriatric Medicine. He was a founder member of the Dementia Academy and taught on frailty across specialties and professions, both locally and nationally. He was an educator for many years, teaching undergraduates at his surgery and at Imperial College London. He became a GP tutor and filled the role firstly by delivering CPD and then supporting the transition to appraisal and revalidation for. He battled for and has helped provide support for doctors in difficulty all that time. He's had a variety of trustee roles in charities, including Age UK, Dementia Carers Count, and Chisenhale Dance Space. The primary care team at HEE has this lovely vision of general practice, which is Tony dancing in London squares. And again, they still talk about it as that's the sort of thing that GPs do. He worked with Health Education England from its creation, supporting all aspects of primary care with a focus on innovation and cross-boundary working. Whilst at HEE, he helped support a large group of patients, carers, third sector and healthcare workers of all types to work together on innovative projects by encouraging them to see problems and work creatively despite traditional barriers to solve them. He often encouraged quite a lot of anarchy, and it worked well. Projects included support for care home workers, co-production of resources for frequent attenders with mental and physical health problems, education of healthcare staff, including a fabulous piece of work with London bus drivers about dealing with people with dementia, and a variety of projects maximising the use of the skills of allied healthcare professionals. As well as supporting the projects, he mentored many individuals in the HEE offices, spending time on their development and help with career progression, including several people who went on to successfully apply to medical school. He was throughout his career an active North West London RCGP faculty member, including chairmanship and mentoring and supporting First Five. He no longer maintains his registration as a clinician, but continues working with charities and healthcare projects that utilise his skills and experience. I wrote this at the beginning of lockdown. He's also been working as a vaccinator throughout. I cannot think of anybody more worthy of this certificate. Tony.
Victoria, do you just want to add a quick... Tony,
Tony has been part of the North West London faculty for many years, including being the chair, and it is because of him and a few others like him that the faculty has been so welcoming and inclusive. They say that diversity means having a seat at the table, inclusion is having a voice, and belonging is about having that voice heard. And it is belonging that Tony has nurtured and inspired. For this and for all his support to me and many others, faculty members, Tony deserves, absolutely deserves, this award.
And one of the richnesses of these ceremonies is to see how very different GPs' contributions have been, which still get recognition, of course. So my second certificate of commendation goes to Dr. Alan Mitchell, and I'd like to invite John to come to the stage for the citation, and perhaps Alan to follow down so that you've made your way out. That's lovely. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Amanda. I'm John Chisholm, and I'm the acting chair of our college's trustee board. The RCGP Certificate of Commendation is given for an outstanding contribution to general practice and primary care. Dr. Alan Mitchell was nominated for the Certificate of Commendation to recognise his work in secure environments, primarily for his leadership in immigration removal at Dungavel House Immigration Removal Centre, and through GP locum cover for HM Prison Shotts in North Lanarkshire, involving the provision of high-quality care in the more specialised setting of a maximum security prison. Alan chaired the Civil and Public Services Committee of the British Medical Association for 2 years. He brings a great deal of knowledge and experience to his role in the IRC setting. This is particularly true in the management of bloodborne viruses, psychiatric issues, and the recognition and reporting of allegations of torture. Alan was heavily involved in the provision of Rule 35 training for IRC and Home Office staff, and indeed chaired several of the training sessions and workshops. Rule 35 involves doctors reporting cases where a detained person's health is likely to deteriorate through continued detention or the conditions of detention, where a detained person is suspected of having suicidal intentions, or where a detained person may have been a victim of torture. Alongside his clinical and BMA roles, Alan has been a member since December 2017 and is now the president of the European Committee for the Prevention of Torture and Inhuman or Degrading Treatment or Punishment. The CPT organises visits to places of detention in order to assess how persons deprived of their liberty are treated. After each visit, the CPT sends a detailed report to the state concerned. This report includes the CPT's findings and its recommendations, comments and requests for information. The CPT also requests a detailed response to the issues raised in its report. These reports and responses form part of ongoing dialogue with the states concerned. Alan is also a former commissioner of the Scottish Human Rights Commission, an immediate past chair of the Independent Prison Monitoring Advisory Group in Scotland, and works as a GP at the Dungavel House IRC. I've had the great pleasure of working closely with Alan on matters relating to immigration detention in my role as chair of the BMA's Medical Ethics Committee, including following the publication of the BMA's report, Locked Out, Health and Human Rights in Immigration Detention. That report stated that the detention of people who have not been convicted of a criminal offence should be a measure of last resort. Detention should be reserved for individuals who pose a threat to public order or safety, and ultimately should be phased out and replaced with alternate, more humane means of monitoring individuals facing removal from the UK. Alan and I gave evidence to the independent review into the welfare in detention of vulnerable persons carried out for the Home Office by Stephen Shaw CBE and for the progress report 2 years later. Alan and I have also cooperated on parliamentary briefings and events, submitted evidence to the Home Affairs Committee, the Joint Committee on Human Rights and the Brooke House inquiry, responded to consultations, met MPs together and written jointly to ministers and to all party parliamentary groups about immigration detention. So I'm particularly and personally delighted to present Alan Mitchell to you, Madam President, for the awarding of our college's Certificate of Commendation, of which he is an extraordinarily worthy recipient.
So we now come to staff awards, which is, of course, another aspect that's really important. You know, where would we be without the staff who help us to deliver the work we do? That's absolutely true for the college. The Michael Drury Awards, presented to a member of the college staff who works outside college headquarters, and recognised, of course, still for exceptional service in promoting the objectives and the values of the college. I would like to ask our college's Chief Operating Officer, Valerie Vaughan Dick, and Dr. Johnny Lyon-Maris to the stage to give the citation for this year's award winner, Katie McMahon. And Katie, you might like to creep out as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am very proud to stand here as a representative of Wessex faculty to see Katie get this presentation. Katie has supported Wessex faculty as its events administrator since 2015, taking it through a difficult transition period, ensuring the smooth running at all times of the very successful Wessex CSA course, as well as a number of interactive courses with her can-do attitude. She's reliable, highly efficient, well organised, and has a diplomatic way of building relationships and teams. You can always rely on events run by Katie that they will go seamlessly and attract excellent feedback. This is a product of her being extremely good at her job. When the pandemic struck in March 2020, Katie went from working in a team of 3 in Wessex, looking after 2,500 members, to being the sole administrator for the whole of the Southwest region, responsible for over 5,000 members. She took on the work of 5 people. With the support of the GP team around her, Katie facilitated and organised the tri-faculty, that's Tamar 7 and Wessex, AKT and RCA online training course, which has offered training to over 360 registrars preparing for their AKT and RCA exams. The courses have had outstanding feedback in the main due to Katie for her ability to organise her GP team. Organising GPs is like herding cats, as you will know. Her examiners, even worse, and not to mention the anxious and stressed registrars. In addition, she organised online training for over 80 trainers. We're getting worse. On the RCA, she has collaborated and supported the production of a series of podcasts commissioned by Wessex about combating racism in general practice, and she also has successfully organised and executed a social quiz for over 60 examiners. That is the peak of herding. This is all in addition to running what online CPD the 3 faculties have been able to host. Katie has worked tirelessly supporting the GP community, right through from medical students in Southampton's GP Society to her retired and late career members. She not only worked alongside her faculty team, supporting their ideas and putting them into action, but generates her own ideas, takes initiatives, and works way and beyond her contracted hours. No request is too much trouble and no question unanswerable at any time. Katie is one exceptional woman who has demonstrated the outstanding dedication to the work of the college and its members through her work with the faculties. Katie, thank you.
So, Katie's been a valued member of the RCGP staff team for 5 years, and you've heard a lot of what she's done. And what I will say, and I just wanted to add before we ask her to come on up, is that Katie did a lot of this work on her own when a lot of our staff were furloughed, and her output, enthusiasm and dedication was second to none. So I don't think there's much more to say, but come on up, Katie. Well done.
both, and well done, Katie. And now we come to the John Horder Award, which is presented to a member of Central College staff again for their exceptional service in promoting the objectives and values of the college. And Valerie will come back with my colleague, Dr. Michael Mulholland, to give the citation for this year's award winner, Matt Lawson.
Thank you, President. It's my pleasure to stand up today because I've been told that Matt has absolutely no idea why he has been put forward for this award. So I'm delighted that I will be able to tell you and Matt why his colleagues and why our college think it's so important that he receives this award tonight. Matt joined the college and the appraisal team in 2008, and there's so much that Matt has done that actually if you've touched anything within professional development or standards or CPD over the past decade, Matt has had a hand in it. So I'm not going to repeat it now. You can read some of it in the booklet. But he's gone through a variety of jobs that we've touched in professional support and practice support program, membership by assessment, and then through the past 2 years managing our COVID response. He became the project manager for how the college actually dealt with COVID, which was an extraordinary job that came on at speed and resulted in the CPD hub, the COVID hub, where we've had over 1 million hits to the website that Matt was actually instrumental behind supporting and making sure it met GPs' needs. Matt's known throughout college for his support of his colleagues and his team, his defence of his team and support of them in really tough times. And he's done something that very few in college can actually do, which is to work seamlessly across the college. It's a really difficult place to know where you sit within it. Matt has managed to move professional standards from a little silo where it could sit into CPD, into every piece of work that people find, and Matt is usually behind that somewhere. Career development is his new interest and where he's taking it now. And as people come through, we hope that from registrars throughout to the end of careers, Matt's programmes of pathways, we're going to be there for their support. Personally, over the past 3 years as Vice Chair of Professional Development Standards, Matt has been invaluable. His thoughtful consideration of ideas, his analysis, and his ability to somehow structure my chaotic thoughts into something that other people understand has been astonishing. He's uncomplaining, he takes on too much, and probably, as a result of this, the answer to the question of where can we put this difficult project invariably ends up Matt's team. It's therefore my pleasure to recommend, President, this award to Matt, the John Horder Award, as someone who, as the award says, very directly works to fulfil our objectives as a college, to encourage, foster and maintain the highest standards of general practice.
Well, I can't trump that, what you said. But this award to Matt is a reflection of the great respect that everyone in the college has for Matt. And he's held with a lot of affection, and I know, because I've worked with him personally, and I'm like Michael, sometimes I have mad days, and to calm me down and get something done really professional, it's Matt. And so I really respect him. He's really hardworking, and he's got the highest level of integrity. So Matt, come on up. You deserve this.
We also have some prizes that go to trainees and award winners and students, and I'll just note the prize for the Society of Academic Primary Care won this year by Ellie Reid and David Simmons. We had the chance to give that to them elsewhere. Really interesting. Do have a look at the video and the podcast that they produced that was the winner for this. So we'll now move to the presentations of our fellows who've waited quite long enough, both because of the pandemic and because we're, using the time today. It's an honour to be a fellow in our college. It is an award that is given to people who, are further on in their careers and can show how they've delivered as GPs, whether that be in clinical practice, leadership roles, special interests, teaching and training, Many different contributions, and you'll again see in the citations what a wide variety, breadth and depth of achievement that is. But what we do know is that every new fellow who we're celebrating today has made a significant contribution to patient care and to the work of the college and to the discipline of general practice. So it's an award that is respected, and it means that you've brought added value to the work that you started off in, you've gone on achieving, and we want to share that with you today. Our motto for the college is Cum Scientia Caritas, science with caring, and that's what we know our fellows do. They keep up the standards as they move through that, challenging world of real-life practice, and we really appreciate their efforts and look forward to marking those with them. So can I ask my colleague Jonathan Leach to come to read the citations and explain how it's going to work?
Yeah, thank you very much. And just a very personal congratulations, particularly to the fellows, but to all the prize winners from me as well, because when you read these citations, they are just humbling. And so due credit to everybody. So choreography for this will do things slightly differently for those who've been to these awards previously. So you should already have your scrolls. If you could make sure that you hang on to those, please. Once I announce your name, if you come forward, pass behind me, and the President will then have an opportunity to have a photograph with you, and then, as you've seen, exit down the other side. So, as I say, a huge congratulations to you all. So, without more ado, firstly I'm going to invite Dr. Adeyinka Ada-Bigby. Dr. Ada-Bigby is currently an RCGP Northwest GP of the Year. He's a GP trainer and GMC assessor. And differential attainment and perinatal mental health work champion for the RCGP. He's a care home lead for his primary care network and has a special interest in clinical therapeutics, elderly care medicine, social prescribing and palliative care medicine. He's also a magistrate, so many congratulations to you. So Dr. Lawrence Brad, and I'm delighted to see Lawrence here, is a GP in Bournemouth. He's the RCG representative for clinical pharmacists and medicine safety joint working group. Dr. Brad is also a member of the steering group for national polypharmacy datasets and the Wessex LMC rolling education programme. As joint honorary secretary, I also want to personally thank him for the support that he's given us. So thank you very much. Dr. Susan Buck is a GP, Associate Advisor for GP Training, teaches undergraduate students, my teeth in, is an appraiser, PLAB assessor and RCGP International member. She organises education in paediatrics and performance support for trainees. Dr. Buck is the lead clinician for the National Managed Clinical Network. Many congratulations. Dr. Jill Canavan is a GP working in Stourport, Merseyside. She is a GP trainer, appraiser and lead educator in her area. She's been involved in several initiatives to support trainees with MRC-GP and has led on several local projects to improve health in disadvantaged communities. Very well done. So as somebody who was born in North Wales, I'm going to practice my Welsh now. So Dr. Sioned Enlli works as a GP partner in North Wales. Was that all right? Okay. A loyal member of her faculty board chair, she has represented members at Wales and UK Council. She would like to thank her family, particularly for supporting throughout her career. She describes or dedicates a fellowship to her mother. Diolch, Mam. Dr. Roshni Ganguly is a motivator and multiplier of family physicians in India. She's an entrepreneur with 2 clinics in Bangalore, India, and founded the Project Setu, through which she conducts free medical camps across India. Sounds amazing, doesn't it? She is an enthusiastic examiner and board member of the MRCGP International South Asia. She is an ardent author, singer, painter, and believes that sky is the limit for the family physician. Brilliant. Well done. Dr. Sharon Hamilton is a GP working in Grandtown-on-Spey and Glenlivet. She is passionate about delivering high-quality, sustainable primary care in rural settings. In her role as an educational supervisor, she has inspired and prepared many GP specialty registrars to continue their careers in remote and rural medicine. Dr. Prem Jittai is a GP working in inner-city Birmingham and as a trainer, appraiser and medical student, tutor and examiner. He has worked as a sole partner practice for the majority of his career. His practice was rated outstanding by the CQC in March 2019. Dr. Imran Kazi is a GP working where he was born and raised, in Waltham Forest, East London. He's a GP partner, GP trainer, appraiser and MRC GP examiner. He counts his best achievement as still undertaking 8 sessions of undifferentiated primary care every week. Well done. Thank you, well done. It's Mina. Dr. Meena Krishnamurthy was the senior partner in a GP practice in Hackney for 30 years, supporting its development from a single-handed practice into a large teaching practice and engaging in addressing inequalities through clinical leadership, particularly concentrating on mental health, safeguarding, respiratory medicine and end-of-life care. Well done. Dr. Koshi Korathu chose to change career from general medicine to general practice and has never regretted it. He is a GP trainer, honorary lecturer in Hull, York Medical School and GP appraiser. He works at the Good Heart Surgery in Hull and helped to convert the practice into a training practice, another one with an outstanding rating for CQC. Well done. Dr. Anil Mehta says, as a husband, father, son and brother, I am truly honoured and privileged to be awarded the fellowship by my college. It has been a fantastic journey in medicine so far. Well done. Well done. Dr. Timothy Morton has been a GP partner for over 32 years, providing leadership to a large multidisciplinary practice team. He's currently chair of the LMC as well as member of the GP committee of the BMA, with a particular interest in workforce planning and as deputy policy lead for the GPC. Well done. Dr. Kai Ung is a GP working in Settle, North Yorkshire. He's a GP lead in diabetes care and also the Caldecott Guardian. He's been awarded Fellowship of the Royal College of Physicians of Edinburgh for his contributions to community hospitals. Many congratulations on this. Dr. Frances O'Hagan is a senior partner in Armagh in Northern Ireland. She chairs her LMC and is deputy chair of the Northern Irish GP Committee. She's also the first GP to hold both roles. She continues to be involved in developing improved services for patients and particularly using a quality improvement mechanism. Well done. Dr. Surbir Sen is working as a GP in Stratford, East London since 1999 and received MRCGP in 2000. He's been actively involved with the RCGP Special Measures Programme and the Primary Care Development Team. He's held an aspirational role in quality improvement in general practice, and as RCGP has acknowledged his peer review and support for years. Very well done. And last but not least, Dr. Srinajan is an undergraduate and postgraduate trainer, mentor and examiner in family health and child health. He's played a significant role in the development of family medicine in Sri Lanka and South Asia. He's past president and past chair of the Family Medicine CCP of Sri Lanka, which is focusing on integrating primary and secondary care in general practice. Many congratulations.
Stay nearby, don't you, Jonathan? Well, we now come to the handover of the college presidency. So, since I can't hand myself over, I will ask Jonathan to help us to lead the proceedings.
Before I do so, I'd just like to hope that you would join me in thanking Amanda for all the work that she's done over the last 2 years, and actually across a professional career with the RCGP, although this isn't the end, I'm quite sure. But she's been absolutely amazing, and especially when we consider the very, very difficult circumstances that we've had as a country, as a world, but particularly in the health service in general practice. So before we do the handover, I wonder if you could just join me in thanking her for all that she's done.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful. Would I like to say a few words? So in our newsletter for the week, the Just Saying bit, which Martin was kind enough to lend me for this week, I said that a lot of people had said to me, oh, what a shame, you know, you couldn't be the usual type of president. And actually, when I stopped and thought about that, I thought, do you know, maybe I don't mind, because we've all lost things. We've all had very different lives, so I just share that with everybody else. But I also think I've really been able to witness another episode of what I think is great about general practice. So I've, got many stories which I won't tell at this point in the evening about when I've recognised different aspects of why I wanted to be a GP and why I've enjoyed being a GP and why I've respected other colleagues who do this job. And that has grown, through my experience in local general practice, then national, then international, and still the respect. But in the pandemic, I've seen so many people stand up, and we've heard many of those stories in the awards this afternoon, but it's only a very small amount of what people have done as individuals, as practitioners, as team leaders. And so it is a great privilege to have been your president, but it's been an even greater privilege to be a GP and be part of the college community. And I thank you for that, and let's keep on.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. So what we'll now do is the ceremonial handing over of the presidential gown. So I hope to be joined by both Victoria, because we need two of us to take these off and put them on, and obviously by Dame Professor Claire Gerarda. So what we will do is now take the gown and chain off Amanda, and we will then hand them over. Oh, we undress her in a very professional way. We had to practice this, you know.
Yeah, twiddle amongst your thumbs, just, you know. It's the hardest bit of the college, I promise you. They still haven't managed it. Thank you, and I'm delighted now to award Amanda the past President's Badge.
Thank you very much.
And Amanda, the final task that you have to do is a portrait has been commissioned of Professor Amanda Howe. She's been going on about this portrait. Nobody's seen it but her. To celebrate her term as college president from 2019 to 2021, I'd like you now to present the portrait of Professor Amanda Howe to the college. Do you want some help? Well, I'd like just to say that this now concludes today's meeting. And can I ask you, please, to stand during the mace procession and kindly remain in the auditorium as they go out of there. You're more than welcome to join us for a few drinks in the room next door, and then some of you are clearly staying for supper tonight, and we'll be calling you. So this concludes the business today, and I declare this meeting closed. Thank you very much.
My turn.